Tactical Coordination Centre to make sure that we're all working together and supporting each other during the fire service's major incident. We're working with countryside organisations that give us advice, help and support. Farmers often bring water bowsers to help us extinguish the fire, which supplement our own. And the key message for that is that we need to make sure that all of the people that respond to this incident are safe to be able to be in that environment. So again, it's about not bomb bursting everybody to that incident. It's about having some level of control and making sure the resources are put into the right places at the right time. So we get a huge amount of support by the fire services, additional agencies, Coast Guard, the park committees all assist us in that.
We're looking at this focus of attention at the moment at Dunwich, but more broadly for wildfires, how has this summer been for your part of the UK?
Well, I can only offer my professional opinion, and I think it's very close with the summer of 2022 now in terms of the amount of fires that we now get and their severity. If you remember, that was the very hot summer that we had, and we've now had that prolonged period of dryness without rain, and we've had the wind conditions, as I said earlier, which don't also, they help the fire spread, which don't help us. So I think, and I think this dry weather is here to stay for a while, so we will see these fires popping up and we'll continue to keep tackling them. We'll work with other emergency responders and also the public to keep them as safe as we can.
John, we really appreciate you joining us here. I'm aware we've taken up a lot of your time and you have pressing matters to go and attend to. John Lacey, Chief Fire Officer for Suffolk Fire and Rescue Service, really appreciate your insights there. Just, Emma, if you will, there was an awful lot of information from John. Just summarise the kind of the key points. So he kind of clarified the number of appliances and people working on this fire.
Yes, so 14 fire engines, they go from standard to specialist vehicles, and we know too that drones have been used and quad bikes as part of this operation. He also said that there are 90 firefighters, and looking at the long list that's been posted, it looks like there are 17 different fire stations that crews have been sent from all over the county of Suffolk. Now, he did make it clear that he was satisfied that Sizewell B, which is a few miles to the south, the nuclear power station, was not at risk. We know that the wind was blowing towards the sea, so a westerly wind blowing towards the sea, but what we have got as the day goes on is changing wind directions, and that adds another challenge. And what John Lacey, the Chief Fire Officer, also spoke about was the trio of things that together make such a risk. So he talks about it being so dry. We know that we are in a drought situation. Then you've also got the heat. He said that makes the fire spread more quickly. And then on top of that, the wind, so changing directions, also getting a bit stronger as the day goes on. And it's as a result of that that the firefighting operations have been strengthened today. Now, what he also talked about was finding the natural fire break. So that could be actual roads, but it can also be fire trails. You get these in the forests, you know, natural breaks are often gravel tracks in the forests. And what they do then is look at where the wind direction is changing to and stand by, ready to reach that fire break, to then put out the fire and hopefully halt the progress of the flames. So we've got all these different fire crews working together, but also he said that via a tactical coordination centre, various countryside organisations, farmers, even the Coast Guard, together working to deal with this fire. And we know that homes have been evacuated, a holiday park with caravans on the coast there at Dunwich has been evacuated, as has a farm. And
just the speed with which this tree gets engulfed and immediately turns into what is probably 20, 30, 40 feet's worth of flames.
It's a fireball, isn't it?
Remarkable scenes. This is from about 10 minutes or so ago. We watched this happen live. This is a replay of that footage. But it just is indicative of how dry the landscape is. And, of course, especially if you've got kind of coniferous plants, for example, if the water content or moisture content in those plants reduces, well, then the percentage of sap and flammable material increases. And there you have it, kind of black, acrid smoke there from nature on fire.
Yeah, and fast moving, isn't it? And that is why people are being told that they absolutely have to stay away. Now, if you haven't been evacuated from your home and you're in a building and you're in what was called, he called it the smoke plume, didn't he? He said shut your doors, shut your windows. But he did also say that it may be that further homes do need to be evacuated as that wind changes direction as the day goes on. Now, forecasts differ. One that I've seen did suggest that there was a 30% chance of some rain. It just, I suppose, you'd need a lot of rain, wouldn't you, to make much of a dent in flames like that. But certainly that would be very helpful and very welcome if that was the case, because this is an area that has not seen rain for a long, long time.
Yes, over half of England now in drought conditions, hosepipe bans affecting more than 20 million people across this island. All of the details on the Sky News website and the Sky News app. More to come here on Sky News Today. You're watching Sky News. Gareth Barlow with you, 11:32 on a Thursday morning. We're keeping a close eye on the situation in Dunwich. This is Suffolk. You can see there the coastline of the county, and a major fire that has developed over the course of just around 18 or so hours. It was first reported at 5:30 p.m. Wednesday afternoon, and we've been speaking to fire service officials who say that currently 14 fire appliances are in attendance. Around 90 or so firefighters have been deployed alongside a suite of capabilities, including drones to help understand the nature of the fire, and also unimogs, which are large off-road vehicles that can carry equipment, and also water bowsers, and then 4x4 quad bikes to enable officers to get to the various parts of this heathland, this moorland that is burning. Fire officials say that they are allowing some areas to burn, certainly in the centre of the blaze. They are utilising natural features to help block other areas. They're utilising things like roadways and paths as fire breaks. Some fire breaks will also be created as well. And this is a multi-agency response, so various partners are being consulted. The Coast Guard has been involved. Farmers are also supporting firefighters by bringing water to affected areas that firefighters can then use to try and tackle these flames. This is in the proximity and in the region of the Sizewell nuclear power facility, but both the fire service, Suffolk Fire Service, and also the County Council say there are no concerns regarding the safety or security of that site. And that's because wind directions mean that the fire is currently being fanned in the opposite direction, although there is the chance that winds could change later in the day. But currently those winds are mostly blowing, well, as you can see, kind of in an offshore direction, but that has not stopped that landscape from being set ablaze. Well, let's bring in Helen Morris, parish chairwoman of Dunwich Village. Helen, how are you?
Hi, yes, I'm lucky I'm fine at home.
And just talk to me about what the last kind of day or so has been like.
It's been terrifying. It started yesterday at 5:30. We got a WhatsApp from a fellow villager who works on the at RSPB, and to inform us of the fire. And I've all been trying to stay out of the way because in the Suffolk Fire team and rescue, they've been incredible, and they've worked through the night and in this heat this morning as well. And it's been very frightening. We're very lucky for a small village, and we have a WhatsApp group so we can inform everybody of what's going on the whole time, which is great. And we've had residents that have been evacuated due to smoke within the village, and then the caravan parks were evacuated one after the other. They all went to Westleton Town Hall, which is the next village along inland, who have been amazing, as have the East Suffolk Council emergency team. They've taken people with their pets. They've organised for medications, and everyone's had breakfast this morning at Westleton Town Hall, courtesy of Emmerdale Farm Shop and the Westleton people. They were given beds by local villagers. I mean, the community here is incredible, but the whole thing is, we're still at risk from fire. It's still very frightening. And we'd really ask people to avoid the area, to let the teams to carry on with essential work that needs to be done.
It's remarkable just looking at this footage, Helen, that we've been broadcasting from our helicopter perspective of just the amount of smoke that is in the area. What is that smoke like? Can you taste it? Can you smell it?
You can taste it. The taste is horrible. So last night within the village, because I'm right down in the village, and it was heavy smoke, and there were people evacuated. Some people self-evacuated. And we all shut our windows, shut our doors, it was very hot. But yeah, the smoke was horrible. You can really taste it. And we have an elderly population. So, obviously, we worry about people's lungs. There's people with asthma, shut inside, but making sure that they're okay. Right now, the wind the wind is blowing the smoke offshore. But this afternoon, I'm concerned because the wind is, we could be coming back this way. So, yeah, there is major concern there.
We spoke to John Lacey from Suffolk Fire and Rescue Service, who kind of talked about everything that's being done. How much kind of firefighting activity are you seeing? Are you seeing kind of the engines, the 4x4s, the fire service out on the ground where you are?
You can't see it because they're right in the heath, and they've had to. It's incredibly difficult, which is why they've used the quad bikes. And I mean, to start with, I know that they had problems getting to the fire, but there aren't roads. They're going across heath. So, yeah, we can't see them. You can hear them, as a new one comes in, and obviously they've had to have relief teams coming back and forward. We, as a village, are now cut off on that side of the village to stop people going along the road. So it just be the services that need to use it.
As yet, there is the challenge that kind of aerial appliances, helicopters, aircraft are not really a facility in the UK, but I guess as a community, that would kind of be the ultimate wish, is to have something kind of deployed from above. But that must be challenging to know that sometimes there is the potential to do more, but there isn't always the capacity to do so.
Yes, and I'm aware that I think there's one plane that's being used up in Scotland at the moment for their fires, which are continuous and horrific. It is a concern. I mean, it's an onward concern. And, yeah, obviously it would be wonderful to have these facilities, but where are they going to come from?
What's really striking there, Helen, is listening to you speak as we began our conversation about the sense of community that is deployed at times like these. What's that been like to be part of?
It's an amazing community here. Yeah, we're very, very lucky. And I feel very blessed to be part of it. Yeah, I feel very blessed to be part of it. We all work together. It's great.
And it's not just Dunwich, but you mentioned as well that many people have gone down to Westleton, and I was just looking at a little briefing that I've been sent saying that 47 people, 6 dogs and a cat have all been found somewhere to stay in the village next door.
And they were all on breakfast this morning at the village hall. I was there this morning for the briefing, and again, Westleton, it's the same as Dunwich. We all work together, and they've been amazing, absolutely amazing. They work, they're up through the night helping people get beds within Westleton and other neighbouring villages.
If you were to kind of walk around the landscape where you are, just how dry is it? And do you even remember the last time you'd had rain in your part of England?
I think we had a spot of rain the other day, but no, we haven't had rain here for a really long time. The heath itself, it's like a tinderbox, and the heather. It's so dry. Luckily, there's fire breaks with roads within the heath, which is what they're banking on now to stop the fires at certain points. But it's incredibly dry here, and we are the driest county. Yeah.
Helen, it's really good to speak with you. I really appreciate you sharing your time and kind of talking to us about the people and the places of Dunwich and further afield. Obviously, it goes without saying, wish you all the very best. Wish the crews all the very best, and yeah, go well.
Thank you. Goodbye. Thank you.
Plenty more coverage on all our stories from both across the UK and around the world here on Sky. Stick with us, plenty more online. We'll be back in 2 minutes' time. Very good morning to you. It is midday here on Sky News. We're keeping an eye closely on the situation in Dunwich. This is Suffolk. This is a wildfire that first began at 5:30 yesterday afternoon, and by noon today, 14 fire appliances and over 90 or so fire crew are in attendance trying to contain, tackle and ultimately put an end to this fire. Following all the developments for us throughout the course of the morning is our correspondent Emma Birchley. Emma, just what are we hearing from kind of the various voices that are all kind of part of this story?
I think what is a real issue is that combination of just how dry it is. We know this part of the country is officially in drought, but also the heat. And when we heard from the Chief Fire Officer from Suffolk Fire and Rescue, John Lacey, he said that the heat makes the fire spread more quickly. Then we've got the wind. Now, the wind is getting up, but it's also been changing direction. So that adds another whole consideration for them. And so the firefighting operations, because of these changing wind conditions, has been strengthened. It's been described as a large-scale wind-driven forestry fire. And a major incident was declared last night because of the size and complexity of the fire. It was around 5:30 in Dunwich Heath near Leiston. And we know that crews actually from 17 different fire stations all the way across Suffolk have come to that area to help deal with this. And they've been using a range of equipment. So 14 fire engines, but also various equipment like drones and quad bikes to help identify where the areas of risk are. And we know that properties have been evacuated, so a row of cottages, a farm, and also a holiday park where there are many, many caravans. So that's by the coast. And people were moved to Westleton Village Hall, not far away, overnight. 47 people were there. I think 6 pet dogs, a pet cat as well. So everyone just, given not much time to leave. In fact, we've heard stories of people being given a bang on the door at 11 o'clock last night, 11:30, and told they had to get out. So you can only imagine just how terrifying that would have been. And what we heard too from the Chief Fire Officer is how they look for these natural fire breaks. So that could be a road, but it could also be a fire trail actually designed for that purpose in a forest. They're often gravel tracks that provide a break. When they see that the wind is changing direction, they get there on standby, ready with appliances to stop further spread. And they're working with all sorts of agencies. So there's a tactical coordination centre, and it's coordinating not just the fire service, but also various countryside organisations. He said farmers have been helping too, the Coast Guard. So it's a real team effort to try to deal with this. And we know that earlier in the day, the wind was coming from the west, so that was good. It was blowing the flames towards the sea to the east. But as the day goes on, it's changing direction, and that just simply adding to this challenge.
There had been some focus of attention on the Sizewell nuclear power plant, and we've just actually had, in the last few moments, a spokesperson at Sizewell C, which is the part of the development that is under construction, not currently operational, but under construction, saying we are closely monitoring the fire at Dunwich Heath. It currently poses low risk to Sizewell C, given its distance from site, watercourses in between as well. Sizewell C sites and offices continue to operate as normal, but we are continuously assessing the impacts of smoke and the effects on the road network to ensure that our people remain safe and emergency services have priority. We remain available to support the local community in collaboration with the local council and police and fire and rescue services. So Sizewell C, they're saying that the fire on Dunwich Heath currently poses a low risk to Sizewell C. The inference there being as well that Sizewell B, which is next to it, which is the operational power station, would be in the same bracket as low risk. But as we heard from the chairwoman of Dunwich Parish Council, the village council there, the impact isn't just physical on the landscape, but she kind of described the vile taste of the smoke. And then, of course, there is, that potential health impact for communities, for individuals that may already have, health conditions. That's one of the primary reasons for these evacuations, was not so much the flames, but as we see here, a cloud of smoke.
I mean, it is a dense smoke cloud described by the Chief Fire Officer as a smoke plume. And anyone within that area, if they are still in their property, yet to be evacuated, being told very clearly to keep their doors and windows closed. And that was something which came across, is that, yes, we've had people that have been asked to leave their homes, leave their holiday caravans, but actually there could be further properties that need to be evacuated as the day goes on. We have seen in some of the pictures just how quickly the fire can spread. We've seen a tree engulfed very quickly, haven't we, in flames, the flames licking high into the sky, really quite a fireball. Pretty terrifying for people living nearby. So understandably, people have moved away from the area. We know that at the village hall this morning, 100 people or so were there for a meeting to find out what they should do, and being urged to follow all the instructions to make sure that they are safe. But the hope would be that they can get this under control, but obviously a very, very concerning time, especially for those with properties nearby. And in some of the pictures we saw in the last hour or so, the edge of that fire was very close to a row of cottages, so people's homes under threat.
You and I have been following the story, but nobody knows it better than John Lacey, the Chief Fire Officer for Suffolk Fire and Rescue Service. We spoke to him a short while ago. Let's take a listen.
We do have 90 firefighters already at the scene and 40 fire engines. Those range from standard fire engines to specialist vehicles to tackle this fire. It's extremely difficult access. Of course, water supplies are also challenging in that area, and we're doing everything we can to protect the public and protect their property whilst remaining keeping the firefighters safe. The fire is continuing to burn. We are able to control it in the areas that we need to protect that property that we talked about, and we'll consider further evacuations if necessary. You mentioned that there is a change of wind speed and wind direction a little bit later on in the afternoon, and we're calculating that as to what that could look like to make sure that we put our resources in the right place to protect that as best we can at the same time. And we're now making sure that we've got resources that will stretch all day today and into the evening to help us tackle the fire. We get good support from our neighbouring fire services, and on this occasion, especially Essex Fire and Rescue Service, so we put out our thanks to them. And what we'll do in the future is to make sure that we calculate our resources and that we make sure that we don't exhaust our firefighters, because at the same time as this fire, we need to maintain business as usual around the county for any other incident that might occur. And at the moment, we've got good cover across the county to be able to do that. And on top of that, we're able to do the National Coordination Centre and ask for national resources if we need them, and they can be calculated and come from anywhere in the country to provide relief support. We will be doing an investigation on the fire, and it's just too early at the moment to be able to identify the actual cause, but I would say it is so dry out there at the moment, and we've had a prolonged time of dry weather. The heat at the moment is also a factor that plays to wildfire that spreads quicker, and the wind. So if you put those three together, then that is a challenge in the environment. So please do not use disposable barbecues anywhere within the country. Be very careful how you discard cigarettes, and you do anything out in the open that could cause a spark, that could cause a wildfire, because they are very easily started at the moment. So we're asking the public to be extra careful across the UK to make sure that further fires do not start in the first place.
The voice there of John Lacey from Suffolk Fire and Rescue Service. Just worth noting, there is a live page on the Sky News app on your phone or tablet that is bringing together not just the situation actually in the UK, but the wildfires across the continent. We've had a focus of attention on France around Bordeaux. We've had focus of attention in the Valencia region and in and around Madrid too in Spain. And if you listen to This Is Why, there is an episode there with Mari Aurora about what the UK could learn from Europe's wildfires. And it is increasingly pertinent as the summer goes on. Wildfires, not just in our rural areas, but across our urban landscapes too. We've seen wildfires up in Conway in North Wales, up in the Cairngorms, ongoing 12 or so days of blazes in the Cairngorms National Park, and now this one in Dunwich. And you can see just how quickly these fires can gain in size. But like I say, it's not just urban areas, rural areas, it's urban areas too. Lineside fires in North London in recent weeks as well. So listen to This Is Why. You can get it on your podcast download store or on the Sky News app as well. Mari Aurora taking some lessons that could potentially be learned and applied to the UK going forwards. And John Lacey saying, in some of the other comments he shared with us, that from his personal perspective, speaking in a personal capacity as the fire chief for this part of the UK, that 2026 for wildfires is resemblant of 2022, which was a particularly hot and dry summer. Also with us here on Sky News is our correspondent Emma Birchley. And Emma, you've got more.
Yeah, I've just received some information from one of our colleagues on the data and forensics team at Sky News that says that wildfire damage in the UK is below the record-breaking 2025, but well above the average over the last decade. And I think this is an interesting point. This year's fires are the most severe on record when it comes to fire control difficulty, more destructive than last year in terms of area burned per fire. And we're certainly seeing that, aren't we, with this, the scale of this fire and the fact that they have been working since 5:30 last night to try to get this under control with firefighters from across the county. 17 different fire stations sending crews from across the county to try and get this fire under control. But it is difficult because of this combination of just how dry the area is. We heard too that the heat makes it spread more quickly. And then, of course, the wind, which as the day is going on, is changing direction. So that all adding to the challenge for the firefighters. And we know that people have had to be evacuated from their homes, from a caravan park, from a farm. They were given somewhere to stay at the local village hall. 100 people gathered there for information this morning. So, I mean, it's a very concerning time as they try to get this fire under control, working with various countryside organisations, farmers, the Coast Guard together, trying to put this fire out. But you can see it's very much still raging at the moment.
It certainly is. Just looking at the forecast for Dunwich, the potential 30 to 40% chance of a touch of rain later this afternoon. Wind speeds dropping slightly. That will all aid the firefighting effort. More focus on this throughout the course of the day. And at the top of the next hour, in 4 minutes' time, what will the Bank of England do regarding interest rates? Will they be held at 3.75%? We'll give you the full story on that first here on Sky News. Bless you, my love. Thank you so much. Coming up to 12:10, let's turn our attention to the big story of the morning. A major incident being declared in Suffolk. Emergency services tackling a huge fire. Take a look at this. A blaze that broke out yesterday, just hours after half of England was declared to be in drought. Firefighters called to Dunwich Heath at 5:30 last night and have worked through the night to contain the fire. It's just a few miles away from the Sizewell nuclear power plants, but in a statement, a spokesperson for Sizewell C said they are closely monitoring the fire at Dunwich Heath and it poses low risk to Sizewell C, given the distance from both the site and the watercourses in between. Sizewell C sites and offices operate as normal. They're continuously assessing the impact of smoke and the effects on the road network to ensure that our people remain safe and emergency services have priority. Well, let's bring you some of the latest pictures from the course of the morning. Homes at a caravan park nearby have been evacuated. As many as 90 firefighters have been deployed to try and get flames under control. A little earlier, I spoke to John Lacey, who is the Chief Fire Officer for Suffolk Fire and Rescue.
We do have 90 firefighters already at the scene and 40 fire engines. Those range from standard fire engines to specialist vehicles to tackle this fire. It's extremely difficult access. Of course, water supplies are also challenging in that area, and we're doing everything we can to protect the public and protect their property whilst remaining, keeping the firefighters safe. The fire is continuing to burn. We are able to control it in the areas that we need to protect that property that we talked about, and we'll consider further evacuations if necessary. You mentioned that there is a change of wind speed and wind direction a little bit later on in the afternoon, and we're calculating that as to what that could look like to make sure that we put our resources in the right place to protect that as best we can at the same time. And we're now making sure that we've got resources that will stretch all day today and into the evening to help us tackle the fire. We get good support from our neighbouring fire services, and on this occasion, especially Essex Fire and Rescue Service, so we put out our thanks to them. And what we'll do in the future is to make sure that we calculate our resources and that we make sure that we don't exhaust our firefighters, because at the same time as this fire, we need to maintain business as usual around the county for any other incident that might occur. And at the moment, we've got good cover across the county to be able to do that. And on top of that, we're able to do the National Coordination Centre and ask for national resources if we need them, and they can be calculated and come from anywhere in the country to provide relief support. We will be doing an investigation on the fire, and it's just too early at the moment to be able to identify the actual cause. But I would say it is so dry out there at the moment, and we've had a prolonged time of dry weather. The heat at the moment is also a factor that plays to wildfire that spreads quicker, and the wind. So if you put those three together, then that is a challenge in the environment. So please do not use disposable barbecues anywhere within the country. Be very careful how you discard cigarettes, and you do anything out in the open that could cause a spark, that could cause a wildfire, because they are very easily started at the moment. So we're asking the public to be extra careful across the UK to make sure that further fires do not start in the first place.
The voice there, John Lacey, Fire Chief for Suffolk Fire and Rescue Service. Let's bring in Emma, who's been following us over the course of the morning. What else do we need to know?
Well, these firefighting operations have been strengthened because of the challenge that has been brought about with the changing wind directions. So as the day goes on, you can see from the forecast it really moves. So that makes it a really movable situation for the fire service. Now, we know that fire crews have come to this part of Suffolk on the coast at Dunwich Heath near Leiston from 17 different fire stations, and we were just hearing there that Essex has also been supporting with this operation. What's been described as a large-scale wind-driven forestry fire, and it was because of the size and complexity of this blaze that a major incident was declared last night. So this all started at around 5:30 when the first calls began coming in. At one point, they've had 90 firefighters working on this. And as well as the fire appliances, they also have specialist equipment. So they've been using drones and quad bikes to try and identify where the latest risk might be. And actually, one of the things that John Lacey, the Chief Fire Officer, was saying to us was that if you did spot a fire, to use the app, What 3 Words, because it really pinpoints exactly where they need to go to deal with the fire. And it is this combination of this incredibly dry terrain. We've had no rain for so long. Also, we were hearing there that because of these high temperatures, it makes the fire spread more quickly. And then you've got these changing wind directions that just add to the jeopardy. What they are doing is finding what he called natural fire breaks. So that could be roads, or in the forest, it could be a fire trail, these gravel tracks, which are designed to provide a fire break. So when they know that the wind is changing direction, find one of those natural fire breaks. They're on standby, ready then to try and tackle the blaze and stop it spreading any further. But this a very concerning time, and we've seen some images of the fire incredibly close to a row of cottages where people have been evacuated. Also a caravan park, many caravans there, people getting a bang on the door at 11:30 last night when they were asleep. You can imagine the shock of that and being told, you've got to go, you can't pack your bags because you have to leave. And they went in the first instance, many of them, to Westleton Village Hall. And we know when there was a meeting this morning to try and provide information, around 100 people gathered there to get that latest update about what they should do. And as we were hearing there has been some concern about the nuclear power station Sizewell B, which is a few miles to the south. Now, at the moment, John Lacey, the Chief Fire Officer, said that he's satisfied that Sizewell B is not at risk. Sizewell C saying as well, this is the site that under construction, it's going to take a long time to come to fruition, that power plant. That they're closely monitoring it. The risk is currently low, but there is assessing the impact of the smoke on the area.
Emma, really good to have you with us. Appreciate it, thank you. There's more on the situation on the Sky News app. It's bringing together the whole situation regarding weather, climate and fires across the UK and across Europe too. And just focusing on the UK, because the summer heatwave here resulted in a significant rise in excess deaths. Figures released by the UK Health Security Agency say there were 2,877 excess deaths caused by heat waves in May and June. A significant increase on last year when 1,504 excess deaths were observed over the course of the entire summer. Well, half of England is now officially in drought. July is set to be the driest on record. More than 20 million people under hosepipe bans. And with no significant rainfall on the horizon, farmers are asking for secure, reliable access to water in order to supply the country with food. In response to the crisis, food industry giants, including Tesco, Sainsbury's and Danone, have joined charities to call on the Prime Minister to make food security a national priority alongside energy and defence. They said the following: the next food shock is not a question of if, but when. To meet it prepared, food has to stop being an afterthought for the government. We need mechanisms to put food high on the priority list of every part of the government, both national and local, so that any decisions that impact on health, farming, planning and trade to secure better access to healthy and sustainable food for everyone. You're watching Sky News. Plenty more to come on the situation in Suffolk. After the break, we're going to be hearing from affected residents and nearby communities. All to come here on Sky News. It's 12:28. You're watching Sky News. Gareth Barlow with you. Let's return to one of our top stories today. And a major incident has been declared in Suffolk. Emergency services tackling a huge fire there. Let's bring you some of the latest images from the area. More broadly, homes and a caravan park nearby have been evacuated. As many as 90 firefighters and 14 fire appliances have been deployed to try and get the flames under control. Joined now by holidaymaker Chris Bowden, who was evacuated from the area last night. Chris, really good to see you. Appreciate you joining us. Talk to us about what happened to you last night.
So good to meet you, Gareth. So we were in the holiday park, Dunwich Cliffs Estate, about 5 o'clock yesterday evening. We heard lots of sirens around us and there was smoke coming from the heath. It was time for me to walk my dog, so we wandered onto the heath. And we could see the heath itself was okay, but the line of trees behind were bursting into flames. It was like the pictures you see from Spain and France at the moment. So it was a pretty horrific sight. My main concern at that point was the nature on the heath. And as we watched, there was a lovely large mature oak trees and beech trees just literally bursting into flames. I returned to the site and it became really smoky there. We were literally next to the cliffs, and some of the images I'm seeing, I can actually see where we were staying. The wardens at the site came round in the evening and said, look, we've been told to get ready to evacuate the site. Then at 11 o'clock, we were told that we had to leave. And at that stage, so I was staying in a static caravan. My car was parked outside. I couldn't even see the car. The smoke was that thick. So we then had to head off. But before I did that, so earlier in the evening, I did see both the National Trust, the OSPB and the fire service were on site with rotovators and with tractors and with diggers. So what they were trying to do is stop the fire moving towards the villages of Dunwich and Westleton. So I think they were probably successful, but the wind was changing in the night from southerly to westerly. So unfortunately, it looks from the images I can see on your screen at the moment that it might have, I think it has actually by looking at the images, has gone into the heathland. Now, the thing is, it has been hotter there, but it is incredibly dry. Oh dear, how sad those images. It is so dry, the ground there, that this fire will spread. And I think it's going to be a really major headache for the fire services, because not only is there a lot of dry ground and a lot of fuel, but it's very difficult to get access to a lot of it. It's just through bridleways and footpaths. Luckily for nature, I heard that we have the largest herd of red deer in England at this site, that the deer were off the site before the fire services even. They knew what was happening. Most of the heathland and woodland birds would have been pretty much finished their second broods. So I think for bird life, it would be okay. But on top of bird watching, I've been doing quite a lot of work with National Trust on the moths there. This will have a devastating effect on all parts of the ecosystem. It is really appalling to see this. So it was a very sad day, very sad day.
And that's something that's worth noting and picking up upon, isn't it? You are an environmental consultant, Chris, and we're looking at ecosystems, we're looking at nature that's taken, well, let's be honest, centuries to develop, and regeneration does not happen overnight and is further complicated and hampered by what looks to be a forecast that shows no real change incoming. How important is it from your perspective that we as a society try and think about how we can mitigate against the risks of fires, not just on our property, but also on our landscape too?
Well, it is imperative, Gareth. I mean, I don't want to sort of go on about climate change, but this is what was predicted with climate change, more extreme weather situations. We've got this temperature inversion at the moment, which is almost a sort of pun not intended, the perfect storm. So I've been on the Suffolk coast there since April. I think we've had 2 showers in that time. So it is so dry, it is sandy soil. It's really important that we know what we're doing when we're in nature. We don't light barbecues, we don't drop cigarette butts, we don't drop glass. We're very careful about what we do because these environments are so fragile. And there's also there's people living in these environments as well. So it is very important. The heathland communities will recover. I think there was a fire at Dunwich Heath 5 or 6 years ago, but the heather was just about coming back again now. So they are very fragile. But it's important that I'm not saying people were the cause of this incident at all, but that we are very respectful of where we are and be very careful of what we do. I have to admit, I'm very impressed with the way the fire service have reacted to this, and the National Trust and RSPB, and I think Natural England as well. But it's very important that we respect these environments and the very rare species of animals, plants, and birds that live there as well.
Just take us back, if you will, to late last night, 11 p.m. or so. When you were told to evacuate, what was that like? Was it police officers coming and knocking on doors? Was it the wardens of the caravan park? Did you see emergency service personnel in attendance? Kind of what was that moment like of effectively kind of emptying your belongings from your caravan and kind of making your way, I guess?
Well, about 9:30, 10 o'clock, we were told by the wardens to be ready to evacuate, and we got an email. And I decided at that point, having been on the heath, that I thought we weren't in any direct danger of the fire. However, the smoke was getting worse and worse. It was just me and my dog in the caravan. And I thought, well, I'm probably okay to stay here. Then just before 11, the wardens came around and said the police have advised us to leave. So I chucked the dog, the laptop, my wallet in my car, and we drove off. At the end of the road, there was the police who were stopping people going into Dunwich and being very helpful. They told me sort of where I could go, the best way to either head home or go to the village hall in Westleton. So there wasn't a feeling of panic, I don't think. Some people were quite concerned. Neighbours of mine, as soon as there was the first warning, left the site immediately, sort of within a minute or so. I made sure everything was turned off and locked off. So to me, there wasn't a sense of panic. There was a sense of it was under control as best you can control something like this. Because when I was over on the heath watching the fire, it was moving very, very quickly. It was literally, as you were watching it, trees were bursting into flame and it was moving at that point northwards. So, not a sense that we were being assisted and supported. The drive out was smoky, but that was about it. I live in Cambridgeshire. On the way back, at least 4 fire engines came the other way, so heading to here. So it's certainly been taken very seriously and being well dealt with. But there was no panic from my point of view. Having seen where the fire was, it was probably less than half a mile from our site, but I didn't feel particularly concerned. Worst case scenario would have just gone onto the beach, I think. So.
Well, we're glad that you managed to get back home. Chris, really good to speak to you. Appreciate you sharing your time with us here on Sky News. Thank you.
Thank you.
Difficult and dangerous for firefighters. We also saw some increase in positive conditions, which meant that we downgraded our fire engines to 7. That's the normal activity that we would do. And then we increased it again this morning to 14 fire engines. And now we have increased it to 18 to make sure that we've got enough resource to tackle the fire as best we can. But our main overarching priorities are to save public life, and it is to protect responder safety, because that's really important to me, that everyone is kept safe while they tackle the fire. And our other priorities are making sure that we protect property and livelihood, whether that's businesses or domestic properties. So that's what we're doing at the moment. We're using tactical wildfire advisors to make sure that we have the best advice possible to tackle the incident. And we're using specialist equipment from other places in the UK that we're calculating now. So it's an ongoing incident. It's very dynamic. It's very challenging. Access to the incident is also very difficult. So that's an incident précis, and I'm now happy to take questions.
John, you have to show from BBC News. How high is the risk to Sizewell be if the wind direction changes, and is this the most difficult fire your crews have had to deal with?
So we work with the Met Office and the Environment Agency to look at weather conditions and environmental conditions, and we then assess where that fire might go in terms of changes of wind direction, which we've done. We're not expecting the wind direction to change to push the fire towards Sizewell C or B. B is the main concern, but the big building site is also a priority for us. We're not expecting that wind direction to change. The terrain and land between us, the fire, and Sizewell B and C means that it's not a significant fire spread concern. So at the moment, Sizewell B and C are being monitored. We're in consultation with them, but we're not worried about fire spread in that direction.
Is it the most difficult fire you've had to deal with?
It is a difficult fire because they're so widespread and your resources are so widespread, and normally with a building fire you can see it right in front of you in one place, whereas this is much larger. So it is definitely one of the more challenging incidents that we've had here in Suffolk, and it is almost one of the largest that I remember in the history of Suffolk also. But credit to all the crews and all our responders, including the police, ambulance, Coast Guard, our emergency planning teams, and the district and boroughs are working really hard together, and there's some really great teamwork going on.
Russell from ITV. Is it possible to say the entire area which the fire's encompassed at the moment, how much of that is within the RSPB reserve?
Yeah, so quite a sizable chunk on it. Because it spreads rapidly, we're still calculating the actual area of spread. So that's ongoing. And then we work with landowners, property owners and other interested parties to make sure that we identify whose land it is that is burning and how we can work with them to extinguish it and make sure that livestock, animals and other things are out of the way.
We just heard then that this could take up to 36 hours. Is the fire, what sort of state is it in, under control or not under control, and how long would you expect the incident to last?
So the fire is still developing. It is, again, challenging environment to be able to extinguish that fire. What I would say is we have surrounded it with resources, particularly on the fire front that is moving forward, to make sure that we can protect the buildings, other forestry and other items that need to be protected. So we do that on a priority basis. But it is a challenging incident and it still is progressing. But rest assured, we have the resources that when an incident commander on the ground asks for the resources, currently they are getting those resources. So they know how much they need, they calculate that carefully, and they are arriving on scene to be able to deal with it. But it is difficult.
And that 36-hour time period could catch it?
Yeah, so we plan ahead at the moment for 12 hours, but we're also planning ahead for the next 2 to 3 days because it will be ongoing. And even if the fire front slows down and stops, there'll still be hot spots that we'll need to damp down. So 36 hours is a reasonable estimate, yeah.
Sky News, what sort of strain is this incident and the increasing wildfires placing on capacity? Are you confident if it deteriorates, you've got enough resources to call it?
So Suffolk's got a good capacity in terms of fire engines. We have 35 fire stations. A lot of our staff are on call, so they're now away from their day jobs tackling this fire. So hats off and credit to them, they're doing a cracking job. We're able to pull on our regional resources, so we can ask our neighbouring fire and rescue services if they don't have incidents going on, they can come and support us. And then if we need to, we can pull upon resources nationally through a national coordination centre to make sure we have enough resources. And what we do is we plan that in advance because they have travel times and then they're enabled to get here to do relief crews. So whilst resources are always tight and you always need more, we have reasonable resource within Suffolk. A lot of it is dedicated to this incident, but business as usual and the other incidents that we attend throughout the county on a day-to-day basis are still being attended by Suffolk Fire Service.
Tom McGarvey from the Telegraph. Do you have, it's obviously early days, but do you have any idea what might start the fire?
Yeah, so it's really too early. It's a really good question, and it's something that we've already popped into our mind, because one of the things that we do is not just emergency response in the strategic coordination world, it's how we recover from the incident. How do we get people repatriated back to their homes in as quick as we possibly can? How do we look after their livestock and animals? and all the rest of it. So one thing we have already set up is a chair for the recovery group that starts now to make sure that we can recover the incident ground back to normality as quickly as we possibly can.
Just on that, how will people be able to return to the people who are evacuated from the caravan park and other places?
Yeah.
Will they be back in today?
So difficult to say. What I will pledge is for the residents that are here, we'll get a liaison officer here to help talk through some of the detail of that, because again it is dynamic and the fire changes direction. We won't advise people go back to their properties until it's absolutely safe to do so, but we will do that as quickly as we possibly can to make sure they get back to their belongings and back to normality.
Have there been any extra fire breaks created, and are you using any tactics which may be very specific to tackling this kind of fire?
Yeah, so unlike a field fire where you can plough a furrow straight across the fire, this sort of land and landscape doesn't really allow that. However, where it has gone into fields, we do use farmers, and we work with farmers closely in the National Farmers Union to make sure that where we can use farm machinery to plough a fire break or harrow a fire break, that we do that. And then we put fire engines at strategic positions to make sure that it doesn't jump over that fire break. With a fire as significant as this, it does jump sometimes, and we always have a tactical withdrawal and then we reset again, so we're always ready for a plan B.
How many firefighters on the scene today?
So we had 80 firefighters overnight. That's now increased to about 120. And that's with our 18 fire engines. Alongside that, you have a number of duty officers that manage the incident command side. We have specialist vehicles in terms of off-road vehicles, as well as water bowsers to be able to bring bulk water to the scene.
There's duvets in the corner here and little beds on this side.
Yep.
Are people going to be staying here overnight?
Yeah, so they might do if they choose to. We always seek accommodation for them if we can, and that's the responsibility of the local authority. But we work closely with them about knowing how many people are leaving, and we work closely with them to make sure that they stay on camp beds and blow-up beds for the least amount of time possible. But people that want to stay close to their property, in case they get to return, then we'll help them. So we work closely with the district council to be able to facilitate that as best we can and look after them. It's a well-established process using restrooms like this. It's not unusual for certain incidents, although we don't use it that often, thankfully. So the fire, in terms of its size, isn't getting significantly bigger, but it's travelling. So the size of the burnt-out area of the fire grows, but the actual fire front, as we call it, that travels, stays similar. Yeah, so we have seen it grow a little bit with the warm conditions and the daylight conditions with the wind, and it depends where the wind goes and what is in front of it as to how much bigger it will get.
Where's it going now?
So it's travelling more inland now, whereas the smoke and the breeze was going out to sea. We're now seeing a bit of a swing in the opposite direction. So again, that's why we do tactics to make sure we withdraw and move our resources into the right place. And as again, talking to the Met Office in partnership with them this morning, we're talking about the wind, the speed, the conditions and the heat. And then that helps us make sure that we plan well in advance the number of hours to make sure we tackle that fire so we don't get caught out.
So is anyone in danger from this fire?
So at the moment, a number of people have self-evacuated and a number of people have been evacuated on advice by the fire service. And that part now is to look at what properties we feel might need evacuating, and we go to those and we get excellent assistance from our police colleagues to make sure we evacuate people in good time, and that's ongoing. So it's a bit early to say at the moment because we're just waiting to calculate that next piece.
Where have people self-evacuated from?
So from the caravan park in particular and from a couple of homes. Some of that was on advice of the Fire and Rescue Service is to let's evacuate you early, so it's not a problem. But also, I believe the caravan site obviously used their ingenuity and said we're going to move out now, which was a wise call. But at the moment, we've protected the caravan site and properties from fire.
Earlier you mentioned how you're pulling resources from other counties. With the amount of wildfires you've seen recently, is there any point that you're going to worry that you're not going to have the resources to spread across those different counties should another event happen like this?
Yeah, so at the moment we've used all Suffolk Fire and Rescue Service resources. We're now at a point where the crews need relieving. They need their rest breaks to keep them safe and sound. So we do now start to pull upon our regional resources from other fire services, and of course we can pull upon national resource, which is what we're calculating now, and we're expecting an ask to go in for national resources which come from further away.
But if you keep seeing fires like this, are you worried that at some point you're not going to have those resources, you're not going to have that backup because they're also at fires and things?
Yeah, so the way that the fire services work together is that if there is a large fire in one county, the other counties, so Cambridgeshire, Norfolk and Essex, if they haven't experienced a serious incident themselves, can support us. So naturally we work with the control centres in other areas to be able to ask for resources, and then when they can, they'll send those in. So there's a really well-established national procedure that we would use to be able to bring more resources into your county at the time of need. And when Essex needed support a few weeks ago, we provided support to them. So it's well-established and used.
And just how are you feeling about all of that? Because it is a lot.
Yeah, I'm devastated for the people that have had to relocate and come away for them. I know it's really scary and quite worrying. My reassurance is if you follow the advice we've given, we are doing the very best we can. We're flooding it with resources to make sure we do the very best we can for them. So I'm devastated for the communities in the local area, but also really enthused by the amount of support that this community has pulled together to help those people that are affected. When I walked into this rest centre, you could really feel the community spirit and how everyone is working together to help each other out. It's really, really good.
And I know on the Facebook page, Suffolk Fire and Rescue have put out a general warning to the public about how they can reduce events like this. Would you like to reiterate that?
Yeah, so the incident messages are keep your doors and windows closed if you think you're in and amongst the smoke. It's call the fire service on 999 if you feel that you're close to the fire and you're worried about yourselves or your property, because we will come and assist you or give you advice. And then for the general wildfire safety, it is please do not use disposable barbecues. Even in your own garden, they can create a fire which will spread to other sheds and other equipment and other fences. The ground is that dry at the moment, and fires do start a lot more quickly than people expect. Discarding cigarettes out of your car window when driving along, we quite often go to fires on the A14 or other roadways where people have done that. And also just be super careful about anything that you're doing around barbecues, naked flames, anything where you think that there could be a flame could start a fire, and it happens much quicker than people expect.
John, can I do a quick one? Are there any people who've been advised to evacuate who have decided to stay put? Question one. Question two, there's a coastal area we've seen in Europe. We've seen the planes scooping up water from the sea, the helicopters. Is that something, as this situation continues in future years, is that an option, do you think, fire services are going to have to consider?
Yeah, so I think the first question is we always work with the communities to encourage them to leave their properties. The police and the fire service don't have powers to forcibly evacuate people, so it's a choice. People have really good common sense, particularly here in Suffolk, and they evacuate when we give them the advice because they understand what we're saying to them, but it is difficult for them to leave their home. We've had a number of people that said, no, we'll wait a little bit longer because it was safe to do so, and now they've evacuated, which is really good, so they followed the advice. In terms of the firefighting planes and helicopters, that is now being discussed at our operations room as to whether that's available for our use. Like I say, there's a number of different events going on in the country, so they may not be available, but we're having those conversations because we want to use every tactic that we can. And of course, after any incident that takes place in the country at this scale and smaller scales gets a proper debrief. And that's where we look at it and say, is the resource in Suffolk right? Do we need to adjust our plan? Can we talk to the fire authority about that? On top of, is the national resource right? So a lot of these incidents will get a national debrief as well, I would expect, because there are so many.
Just off the back of that point, to what extent are you wholesale looking at the effects of the changing climate with a view to planning for the near future?
So we're obliged to have a 3 to 5 year plan. It's called our Community Risk Management Plan, and in that is climate activity, because we know it gets hotter. We know that as a fire service we need to be prepared. That's not a priority on its own. We have a number of other priorities in our Community Risk Management Plan, such as prevention and protection activity, but we are addressing the climate change, and we need to be ready for that and make sure that we've got the right vehicles, the right equipment, the right training and the right personal protective equipment, most of which we do have, but in our 3 to 5 year plan we continually assess that.
Final 1 or 2 questions, please. If anyone's got any more questions, 1 or 2, please.
Do you have an understanding of how much worse this fire has been because of the hot and dry weather?
Yes, there's no doubt about it. When the temperatures increase to around the 28 plus degrees, particularly once you get to 30 degrees, that then starts to become more of a challenge for firefighters because you'll expect more incidents. If you then, as we've had a significantly prolonged dry spot, even if there are small showers, it doesn't make a huge difference. And then if you add on to that the winds that we've had more significantly in the last few days, those 3 things can make quite a bit of difference to the fire spread.
Can I just ask you as a resident?
You can.
Any idea of ignition source?
So it's too early to tell, but what I do say is every fire of any significance, we do a fire investigation, so that will happen. But at the moment, our priority is to tackle the fire and spread messages to make sure that more fires across our county and the country don't happen.
John, can I ask you one last one?
You can.
Just how many people have actually been evacuated from their homes around the site?
So the last figures I had said there was 46 at this evacuation centre. I believe this is the only one at the moment. So that's around the numbers. But there are a number of other people that have evacuated that have gone to other places on their own accord, which is fine. So the number will be more than that.
OK, thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Right, John's got a meeting at 2, so he needs to be awake by 2. If anyone wants to...
Right, we've been listening to John Lacey there, Chief Fire Officer for Suffolk Fire and Rescue Service, giving us an update on that fire, which is still burning. He said the people sent to deal with it have now been increased 14 fire engines earlier on today, which was then increased to 18 fire engines. The priority, obviously, protecting lives and also protecting property. He also emphasised that specialist equipment has been arriving from elsewhere in the UK. The question was raised about possible risk to the Sizewell B nuclear plant, which is nearby, and the Sizewell C, which is under construction. He said that they were not expecting the wind direction to change so far. So if that continues to be the case, then for the moment, Sizewell B was not in danger. He did emphasize it is a difficult fire to deal with and one of the largest that he said he can remember in the history of Suffolk. Mentioned that the fire is still developing, that the fire services have surrounded it, especially at the forefront. The issue of resources also came up. He did say that when commanders on the ground are asking for resources, they are getting them. Now, the Fire and Rescue Service is planning ahead for at least 2 to 3 days. They are keeping that in mind, not just with the resources and firemen and women and fire stations in Suffolk itself, but also potentially asking for help across the country. And you can see live pictures there of Dunwich Heath, which is where the fire started, and the services were called there just at 5:30 p.m. yesterday. So the fire obviously has developed very quickly as well. And we are hoping to speak to John Lacey, the Chief Fire Officer, who was just giving that news conference live here on Sky News. Now, he also said it was difficult to estimate exactly the area that the fire covered, but the last estimate we had is around 100 hectares, and again, 18 fire engines at the scene trying to deal with the issue, and firefighters continuing their effort to contain the fire in the challenging condition. John Lacey emphasizing there that obviously wind direction is crucial in dealing with these sorts of events and these fires. He did call it a large-scale wind-driven forestry fire. And again, the reports of the fire started at 5:30 p.m. yesterday afternoon in Dunwich Heath. Those are the images that you're seeing live there. And 90 firefighters at the scene. That's the last figure that we have. And also the UK Health and Security Agency has issued an amber heat health warning. As John Lacey was mentioning, obviously protecting lives and protecting property is a priority, but a lot of people have been evacuated as well, also because of the heat health issues and the smoke, which has engulfed a large part of the area. And you can see one of the 18 fire engines there, or two of them now, on location trying to contain the blazes. We're hoping to speak as well to some of the people who have obviously been evacuated from their homes overnight and get their reaction and also just an assessment of how they've been dealing with these blazes. And again, one of the main concerns was when it became clear that the fire was burning potentially out of control. The closeness of the nuclear plant Sizewell B and then the nuclear plant Sizewell C, which is still under construction south there of Dunwich Heath. And there had been concerns that perhaps had the wind blown in that direction, that could have been a safety concern. But John Lacey, the chief fire officer, confirming in that news conference that we were just listening to just now, that the wind for the moment is not blowing in that direction, and that until that changes, or if that changes, then for the moment they were not particularly concerned about Sizewell B and Sizewell C being affected by the flames. You can see there the smoke and one of the many fire engines being sent. The gravity of the fire has been reassessed throughout the night. The number of fire engines had been lowered during the night, around 14, but that number was increased again a few hours ago to 18 fire engines. And as you can see on your screen there, another thing that Suffolk Fire Service and John Lacey said, that the fire could go on for a further 36 hours. And so he said that the fire service definitely planning ahead for the next 2 or 3 days. The fire currently covering around 100 hectares of area there. Some residents have been evacuated, and they're being supported at a rest centre, which I believe is in Westleton, which is also where that news conference took place of the Suffolk Fire and Rescue Service. And we understand about 50 people or so housed there, and some pets as well, who had to be quickly evacuated from where they were staying. There's a caravan park as well, very close to Dunwich Heath, and the Dunwich Cliffs, of course, is a beach there as well. So a lot of people there for that, and they had been moved on. Now we are waiting to speak to John Lacey, the chief fire officer, to get the latest on the wildfires, or rather the fire there. We will bring you that as soon as we can connect to him. Well, in the past few minutes, we've heard from Prime Minister Andy Burnham, who says Suffolk Fire and Rescue Service will have all of the support that it needs to deal with the wildfire in the county. And here are some of the latest pictures from that area. Homes and the caravan park nearby have been evacuated, with as many as 90 firefighters deployed to try to get the flames under control. Well, I'm joined now by Andy Beer, a spokesperson for the National Trust. Thank you so much for joining us here on the programme. Obviously, very upsetting what's happening there in Suffolk. Mercifully, no one has risked their life just yet, but a huge impact on the area. What's your reaction to it?
Yes, I mean, we're right in the middle of crisis response at the moment. No, it's obviously really upsetting for all those people who've had to be evacuated from the area, and for our teams who care really deeply about the place, and also for all of those visitors who love Dunwich Heath. But we've had an incredible response from our neighbours and from the emergency services and from our partners in the area.
You've issued a statement. You're urging the government to prioritise climate resilience. You're saying that we need action and political will now to adapt to these conditions, and that taking those steps is necessary to protect health, our heritage, and our way of life.
Well, this is not the only fire we're seeing, and obviously the incident at Dunwich is an extreme example of it. But as we've seen it across the continent, we've got fire issues all over the place. I think there've been a couple of hundred fire incidents in England, Wales and Scotland and Northern Ireland over the last few weeks. So we need to think about this as this is the impact of climate change. It's happening here and now. And this is not an environmental problem. This is a social and economic problem. And we need a really concerted response from government to think about the issues we're dealing with here and now.
What would you want to see the government do? I mean, you've mentioned you don't want it to weaken climate commitments. What specific policies do you think are needed urgently, especially in light of this massive blaze that we're seeing now in Suffolk, but many other fires that we've seen across the country just this year?
Yeah, well, I think there's two things. So we've talked a lot about climate change as being something that might happen in the future, and it's happening to us now. So the first thing is, my colleague at WWF used a phrase, which is we need to stop mopping up the water while leaving the tap running. So we mustn't back off, stop our efforts to stop the problem getting worse, reducing emissions into the atmosphere. But at the same time, we need to respond to this being an issue that we're managing across the piece. And I suppose as an organisation that looks after lots of land and lots of buildings, we're seeing that in a way that perhaps is less evident to others. So thinking through climate resilience as being a concerted response, and it's not just an environmental problem. We need a cross-cutting government response. So to think of our landscape and our response to climate as an infrastructure issue, not a departmental issue, is what we're urging the government to do.
Or even across parties. Let me just bring you some breaking news that's just come into us. Zach Polanski, of course, the leader of the Green Party, has asked Andy Burnham to convene a COBRA emergency meeting on these fires that we're seeing in Suffolk. What do you make of that? And do you get the sense that now dealing with climate change, dealing with all these issues that we're seeing in the changes in climate in this country, do you think it's being taken seriously enough?
I mean, I really welcome the idea that this is a cross-party thing. It's a problem for society as a whole. We're dealing at the moment, we're dealing with fires, but we're seeing more extreme weather events in relation to storms earlier in the year, which had a devastating impact on our properties in Cornwall, but also extreme rainfall events. So this is a long-term thing that we as a society have got to get together and respond and adapt to. And so I'd really welcome the idea that we take it out of politics and we start to think together. And this isn't just for government. This is for those of us working in businesses, or in our case in civil society, to get together to try and adapt to the climate we're going to have over the next 25 years.
Exactly, because a lot of the changes might take a long time to implement. So I'm wondering what you think could happen now, wondering how prepared you think local authorities and emergency services are to these fires that we're seeing more and more of.
What I would say, and I can't thank enough the emergency response we've had from the local authority, from partners in the area, from the fire services, and from our neighbours and community leaders. It's just been exemplary. At times like this, although it's really upsetting, you absolutely see the best of people. And so we've had a wonderful concerted response. So I think our emergency response is really strong in this country. What we need to think about, though, is this is going to happen more frequently. And so, we need to think more about how we reduce the risk of these things happening in future, but that we think at a more concerted level across government, across planning, about how we look after our natural infrastructure on which we all depend. That's not just areas like Dunwich, that's also our water system and other parts of the natural world. We depend on those things to survive. So we need to think about them in a concerted way and as a team effort over the long term.
Andy Beer, spokesperson for the National Trust. Sir, thank you so much for sharing your views with us. Says fire services will get the support that they need to tackle the blaze.
I'm receiving regular updates. It is a very serious incident. I will make sure that Suffolk Fire and Rescue Service have all of the support, the mutual aid from other services that they need, and any other resources that need to be brought to bear. It is a serious incident, but we are watching it very closely indeed, and all of the support needed will be there.
Well, the Chief Fire Officer for the Suffolk Fire and Rescue Service gave this update on efforts to contain the fire a little earlier.
Our main overarching priorities are to save public life, and it is to protect responder safety, because that's really important to me, that everyone is kept safe while they tackle the fire. And our other priorities are making sure that we protect property and livelihood, whether that's businesses or domestic properties. So that's what we're doing at the moment. We're using tactical wildfire advisors to make sure that we have the best advice possible to tackle the incident. And we're using specialist equipment from other places in the UK that we're calculating now. So it's an ongoing incident. It's very dynamic. It's very challenging. Access to the incident is also very difficult. We're not expecting the wind direction to change to push the fire towards Sizewell C or B. B is the main concern, but the big building site is also a priority for us. We're not expecting that wind direction to change. The terrain and land between us, the fire, and Sizewell B and C means that it's not a significant fire spread concern. So at the moment, Sizewell B and C are being monitored. We're in consultation with them, but we're not worried about fire spread in that direction. It is definitely one of the more challenging incidents that we've had here in Suffolk, and it is almost one of the largest that I remember in the history of Suffolk also. But credit to all the crews and all our responders, including the police, ambulance, Coast Guard, our emergency planning teams, and the district and boroughs are working really hard together, and there's some really great teamwork going on.
Well, Barbara Buckley chairs Westleton Village Hall, where some people have been evacuated to. She told me how the community has pulled together since residents were told to evacuate.
About 9 o'clock last night, we gathered at the Village Hall because we saw on WhatsApp that we had been nominated as an evacuation centre. We called the police and they said that it would be very helpful. So we stood ourselves up. We're a very tiny village hall in a small community, but within a couple of hours we had a large number of people actually coming to the hall who'd been evacuated suddenly by the police off the campsites and out of their lodges. So in the end, by midnight, we had 47 people who had homes to go to within the village community, and 5 dogs and a cat. So it was an incredible effort from the village community to just absorb these people organically and take them home and give them a comfortable night after what was clearly an incredibly stressful event.
Well, Andy Beer from the National Trust told us there needs to be a concerted effort from government to deal with climate issues.
The incident at Dunwich is an extreme example of it, but as we've seen across the continent, we've got fire issues all over the place. I think there have been a couple of hundred fire incidents in England, Wales and Scotland, Northern Ireland over the last few weeks. So we need to think about this as this is the impact of climate change. It's happening here and now. And this is not an environmental problem. This is a social and economic problem. And we need a really concerted response from government to think about the issues we're dealing with here and now.
Joining us now is John Lacey, the Chief Fire Officer for Suffolk Fire and Rescue Service. Sir, thank you so much for joining us here on Sky News. Can you tell us the latest on what's going on in this fight against the wildfire?
So the wildfire in Suffolk is still seriously challenging. We have 18 fire engines now deployed to tackle the incident. It's really challenging terrain that we're having to move across, which provides its own challenges as well. But we're working as multi-agency partners to make sure we do the very best we can for the community, who I have to say are coping exceptionally well, and the firefighters are working really hard to make sure that we have a successful conclusion to the incident.
And of course, around 50 people have been evacuated to Westleton, where you're speaking to us from. Do you predict that more people will have to leave their homes because of the fire?
So I think we constantly in our operations room work with the Met Office to look at what the weather conditions will be like in terms of the temperature, the wind speed and the wildfire severity index, which gives us an indication of what conditions might be like going forward. And we plan for the next 12 to 24 hours. And in that, we then look at resources that we might need, but we also look at the positioning of houses, property and where people live to consider further evacuations. And that work is continually ongoing today.
You mentioned in your news conference earlier that you're planning ahead for 36 hours, so 2-3 days, and that for the moment you have the resources that you need. Will you have resources if the fire continues beyond the 2 or 3 days? And if not, what is in place to make sure that you get them?
So far it's really encouraging that Suffolk has done a cracking job, and when incident commanders on the ground at the forest and the woodland areas, they've requested resources to arrive and we've been able to provide those. As the incident goes on and becomes a longer duration, that becomes more challenging because we keep reusing the crews that we already have and they need to rest and we need to provide fire cover throughout the rest of the county, which is ongoing, and we can do that. But as an incident goes on, we then start to look at our neighbouring border fire service to see if they can help with resources and fire engines, but we can also tap into national resource, and we've calculated some national resource now to enable the ongoing incident to be well resourced throughout its duration.
We're seeing the latest pictures now of the fire, of course, still burning. What is it that's making this particular fire such a challenge?
Well, it's probably a combination of 3 or 4 things. The terrain is difficult to access, there's limited roadways, there are fire breaks that we can use, but it is difficult to get to the heart of the fire to tackle it. It's also a fast-paced fire, so the prolonged dry weather that we've experienced this summer dries out the vegetation. We then have increased temperatures at the moment, which heats up the air around the vegetation and the vegetation itself. And then, of course, we have reasonably windy conditions here on the coast at Suffolk, which means that you put the 3 of those together and you get a wind-driven fire, which becomes very challenging to tackle.
Of course, the Sizewell B nuclear power plant is not too far away. It's just south of where the fire is burning now. So far, the wind hasn't been blowing the fire in that direction, but how worried are you that the wind may just change? And if so, what precautions are in place?
So the risk to the Sizewell B and Sizewell C sites is low. We continue to monitor that. We risk assess it continually in our planning meetings, and at the moment the fire spread is not in the direction of those. So whilst we monitor it, we're keeping an eye on it. We're not overly concerned at this time, and Sizewell are working really well with us to keep that appraised.
You mentioned in your news conference that you got specialist equipment from elsewhere in the UK. What is the specialist equipment that you've needed and why? And does it speak of a changing nature of this fire?
So we've got a lot of standard fire engines attending the incident, which obviously helps with water and equipment, but we need bulk water carriers, so a number of those have been brought in to supply large quantities of water to the incident. We also need off-road vehicles to be able to get into the undergrowth and the woodland areas to be able to tackle it directly straight on. So 4-wheel drive vehicles with water tanks and fire service equipment on also assists, and also looking at air assets to be able to drop water onto the fire. And again, it's a challenging position because those assets are few and far between when lots of areas in this country are now experiencing quite significant wildfires for long durations.
So far, you've got 18 fire engines, I think 90 firefighters. Do you expect that you'll be needing more in the coming hours?
So we've got adequate firefighters on scene now to do the tactics that have been put in place in line with our strategic objectives, which is good news. We will need relief crews to come in because firefighting in these conditions is extremely arduous, so they need replacing on regular occasions and given welfare breaks. So we will need additional support. That is all planned in our operations room as to how many fire engines we'll need, with how many people, with what skill sets, so that they can arrive in time to provide that relief.
John Lacey, Chief Fire Officer for Suffolk Fire and Rescue Service. Sir, thank you so much for giving us an update on the continuing battle against that wildfire. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Sizewell B Nuclear Power Station is closely monitoring the situation in Suffolk, where a major incident has been declared as emergency services tackle a wildfire. An EDF spokesperson says the blaze is currently not affecting operations, and it's understood the site has a plan in place that covers a range of scenarios, including a fire on the premises. Here are some of the latest pictures coming into us from the area. Homes and a caravan park nearby have been evacuated, with as many as 90 firefighters deployed to try and get the flames under control. Well, the blaze broke out yesterday, just hours after half of England was declared to be in drought. Firefighters were called to Dunwich Heath at 5:30 p.m. last night and have worked through the night to try to contain the fire. And you can see live pictures there from Dunwich Heath, and you can see at least one of the 18 fire engines that we have been told have been sent there to try to tackle the blazes, around 90 firefighters as well. And as you can see, it's really down to the wind and the wind direction as to where the fire is spreading. One of the points that John Lacey, the fire chief, was explaining when we spoke to him a little bit earlier, and you can see there a helicopter dropping some seawater, we understand, over the flames. Well, the Prime Minister says fire services will get the support that they need to tackle the blaze.
I'm receiving regular updates. It is a very serious incident. I will make sure that Suffolk Fire and Rescue Service have all of the support, the mutual aid from other services that they need, and any other resources that need to be brought to bear. It is a serious incident, but we are watching it very closely indeed, and all of the support needed will be there.
Well, in the past hour, we have spoken to the Chief Fire Officer, John Lacey, who I mentioned earlier, from Suffolk Fire and Rescue Service.
The wildfire in Suffolk is still seriously challenging. We have 18 fire engines now deployed to tackle the incident. It's really challenging terrain that we're having to move across. There's limited roadways. There are fire breaks that we can use, but it is difficult to get to the heart of the fire to tackle it. It's also a fast-paced fire, so the prolonged dry weather that we've experienced this summer dries out the vegetation. We then have increased temperatures at the moment, which heats up the air around the vegetation and the vegetation itself. And then, of course, we have reasonably windy conditions here on the coast at Suffolk, which means that you put the three of those together and you get a wind-driven fire, which becomes very challenging to tackle. But we're working as multi-agency partners to make sure we do the very best we can for the community, who I have to say are coping exceptionally well, and the firefighters are working really hard to make sure that we have a successful conclusion to the incident. So the risk to the Sizewell B and Sizewell C sites is low. We continue to monitor that. We risk assess it continually in our planning meetings, and at the moment the fire spread is not in the direction of those. So whilst we monitor it, we're keeping an eye on it. We're not overly concerned at this time, and Sizewell are working really well with us to keep that appraised.
Well, our science and technology editor, Tom Clark, has been monitoring the wildfire from the skies.
What we're flying over is pretty apocalyptic. This is an enormous fire stretching right down to the beach here. The scene below me is pretty apocalyptic. This enormous wildfire, 100 hectares it's covering, spreading right down to the sea. I can see numerous fire crews spread out, and the fire's broken up into multiple fronts, with the winds changing erratically apparently at the moment, making it all that more difficult to contain and control. And it's been a massive diversion of resources for the fire services. There's 18 fire appliances here from across Suffolk, more than 90 firefighters in attendance, as well as those evacuations of people who were at risk of being trapped between the sea and this fire as it spreads, currently moving north along the coast. This might be a big fire by English standards, but it's dwarfed by those we've been seeing on the continent in recent days. But England's a crowded country, and even a fire this size encroaches on infrastructure. Businesses and households and caravan parks have had to be evacuated, and it's a strain on resources too. 18 appliances from across Suffolk have had to come to try and contain this fire. more than 90 firefighters here tackling the blaze. One of the questions is how we're going to adapt as this becomes the new normal in summers that are getting increasingly hotter and increasingly drier.